Ah! Alright, so something different here today, huh? NashvilleLou Live. We'll have Tides Tuesday coming up tonight, U.S. time tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 0200 UTC. That's when my 3 hours of Tides Tuesday begins. Trying something a bit different here today. Some Fire Pro Wrestling World. These are actual matches that I had recorded a few years ago, but I'd recorded them in 1280 by 720. Like, I don't know if this is going to really work, but it fits perfectly when you're not trying to take up the whole screen with it. So trying some stuff out with that. ScurvyBot giving out Nash Cash, and of course, Twitchy Tides. Let's take this overlay down, shall we? There we go. 17 players in Hello Canvas. Greetings and welcome, everybody. Of course, this is Tides Tuesday, a multi-streamer all-day event. Missed last week. I had a men's lacrosse broadcast. NCAA men's lacrosse, Swanee Tigers. They had one Tuesday game at home this season. That was last week. Even if they make the NCAA playoffs and host a first-round game, that would be a Wednesday game, not a Tuesday. So I'm going to get in here with the Inferno Nessie. It's funny, in my rush to get everything, not rush, but just I was focusing on trying to do something new, a little bit different here this morning. Ahead of the Tides Tuesday slot that I've got 10 p.m. Eastern, 0200 UTC. So trying some stuff out with Fire Pro Wrestling World and, of course, Twitchy Tides. I wouldn't think of streaming a game at this point, any game, without having Twitchy Tides included. People would be disappointed. Have a bad experience coming here expecting it, hoping for it, not having it. Twitchy Tides is a fan favorite. Plus, we got ScurvyBot giving out Nash Cash. All right. I really didn't do a proper job of preparing my my notes over here, but luckily it won't take very long to type out what I need to. And look at this first. So last chance to get in for this first game of Twitchy Tides. Let's see, today is the 8th. Time flies. What did I put in here for the title? Like this Fire Pro Wrestling World. I'll put Fire Pro. No, don't need the full formal name. I'm not sure what I have offhand with some of my blockchain brawler stuff, so I'll stick with what I know I have. This, we'll have for the winner an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsake and Foil Prime card. If I win, prize goes to second place. Am I actually in? Yes, I did, because I got in with that Inferno Nessie. Remember, you can ping, P-I-N-G, makes your fish twice as large for a small amount of time. You get a bit of a pulse behind you in case you have a really stacked tank or you're just trying to find where your fish is. Easy way to do so with this. Of course, when I ping, I didn't get Stream Elements and not stooge out how long I've supposedly been running. Stop that, Stream Elements. The Win Worlds collide of multiple commands for different systems. But 20 play, I had no idea what to expect. With no notice, no promotion. A pro wrestling game that was a retro title when it came out 8 years ago. But Twitchy Tides is the big draw, I know that. All right, 20 players. If I win, prize goes to second place. Are we looking for a top 10 finish for leaderboard points? Of course, most of you already know that. But for newcomers, giving you all the scoop. And again, if I win, prize goes to second place. And this first Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Today's Tides Tuesday. This is the preamble for me. Meanwhile, it's Pink Felicia coming through, stinging Funkin' Crypto and Tatitro. We're now to 18. Most of these enemies I have capped at a maximum of 2 kills per appearance. Look at those missiles go flying around there. I got distracted by the the anti-aircraft. Between the minions and the missiles, we got some pretty good protection. Sumerian B and Jess Tony out. Also Waxtails taken out just now with that hook from Big Worm down to 14. So I think what I'll do today with this, I've got several hours of Fire Pro Wrestling matches in there. Periodically, I won't be too frequent, but every now and then we'll have some Twitchy Tides games, particularly as demand fuels the situation. Sugar Queen Janice and RCP ADG are out. Half the field is out. We're down to 10 remaining players. You've got a top 10 finish. And again, many thanks to Sugar Queen Janice, if I can speak properly, for that cheer earlier. Didn't play the audio, but this brand new scene I'm working with, and I didn't think apparently to add the audio for that in there. So that's, I think, what I'll have to fix for next time. Meanwhile, no fixing my Inferno Nessie. taken out by Debo the Shark. We're down to 9. In the missile striking. Heard of Scud missiles? Heard of the Iron Shield? And those that like they go round and round, they get to cover the perimeter. But there's no stopping that cannonball. It takes out Crypto Gamer. We're down to 8. The cannonball is the one exception on the enemies as far as being capped at 2. But the cannonball have it capped at 3. And to point, there's that slider of a cannonball right there, taking out Nadu 6, Dave Ira, and OP Influencer. We're down to 5. We'll have more Fire Pro Wrestling World after this Twitchy Tides game. Cannonball takes out Naznara, and we're down to the final 4. It's Silent One, Bowler Dan, Prince Paradox, and Campus, the final 4. Pink Felicia stings Campus, and Bowler Dan, we're down to the final 2. Prince Paradox and Silent One, the last 2. Pink Felicia up top going left to right. Felicia stings Prince Paradox, and that's the game. So congratulations, Silent One, the winner here in this first Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. And so lucky me in 10th place, I got a top 10 finish. Everyone that lasted longer than me did as well. The better the finish, the more leaderboard points you get for that monthly competition. All the way up to number 1 and your winner, Silent 138, victorious. All right, back open for the next Twitchy Tides game that'll be coming up a little bit later on as we had 11 a.m. Eastern. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. I can't pop you back over to that main screen because the video will just start playing and my microphone, I don't think, set. I didn't really think it through that well with the sources. I was just trying to get the thing to where it might work. For all I knew, I was going to start it up and things were going to go awry, but luckily that's not the case. So you can go ahead and get in now for that next Twitchy Tides game. It'll be a bit before we get to it in all likelihood. I'm kind of playing it by ear with this. If we're getting like 10 minutes into a match, I already got like, 20 people wanting to play some Twitchy Tides and may expedite things a bit. I got plenty. I got more than 13,000 Forsaken cards. I'll be okay if I have to give away a few extra. I like giving stuff away here. It's fun. Anyway, we'll have more of that coming up in a bit. But I've got to be smart about the way I switch the scenes here, so it'll cut my microphone once I do so. So we'll get back into it with Fire Pro Wrestling World. Stick around here, even if you're in a spot where you can't really listen, or you have to have the audio low, that's fine, you can do so. We'll have some Fire Pro Wrestling World and then more Twitchy Tides. It's Tides Tuesday. This isn't even my part of Tides Tuesday. Mine starts at 10 p.m. Eastern, daylight time. We're trying some different stuff out here. I feel like we're on the cusp of something really special here with the world of Twitch live streaming and the world of Wax Gaming. It has been frustratingly elusive for me for many years now, multiple years, going back to 2021, early 2022, and I really started envisioning, oh wow, this could really be something. But I lacked the know-how to do it, or the resources to get the people to do it, or the vision. Luckily, there are people that had all of that, and then some, that have done some tremendous things. That includes Pop Paragon with this amazing game, Twitchy Tides. I love this game. It has been such a positive, and it continues to be. So we're going to get back into it with some more Fire Pro Wrestling World, then here in a little bit, we'll have some more Twitchy Tides. And again, remember, this is just the lead-in, the preamble, the pre-show. It's like the Super Bowl, an 8-hour pre-show. I don't think I'll think it's all the way up clear to my countdown. I'll probably do a raid. I may raid over to Sensei Bullrog, who, according to the schedule that Las Vegas Ape sent me, is going to be the one before me today. So MJ not in this week. And it'll be Sensei Bullrog, so that should be interesting, talking some Faded Monsuda. I anticipate having some really nice Faded Monsuda stuff to give away on tonight's show. So enough of me yammering. Let's get back into it with Fire Pro Wrestling World, and then before too long, hopefully, maybe a little bit longer, we'll see, just depending on demand, we'll have some more Twitchy Tides games. Those will be live. The Fire Pro Wrestling World stuff that I recorded long enough ago that was recorded in 1280 by 720. Lesson learned on some of that, but a negative turned into a positive in that it fits quite well on the screen the way I want it. And of course, the newer stuff and anything I dare to do live, which is risky with Fire Pro, but If I do that, then I can just... There are ways, though, be a studio you can make it work. Even I can figure it out, and technical stuff is not my strong suit. Enough yammering, let's get back to it. Fire Pro Wrestling World. More Twitchy Tides in a bit here on NashvilleLou Live. Back on headset with you here. I wasn't quite sure what to expect trying that approach, but actions over words. We got 24 players in here. 10:13 on a Tuesday morning with no notice. This is not a normal time slot for me. It's Fire Pro Wrestling World, which is a niche thing. But we got Twitchy Tides. And nothing draws in the masses quite like Twitchy Tides, my experience. Going back to last summer, there's a reason that every stream that I've done here on NashvilleLou Live has incorporated Twitchy Tides. So I'll draw more viewers with it than without it. If people came here, I didn't have this going on, some of them would be disappointed. They would have a bad experience because of that. I want people to have good experiences here. And why not? Good times with this. Let's take the overlay down. Got scurvy about giving out Nash cash. We got that dig pool, 100% success rate. I think I already hit the dig info before, but I'll do it here to bring the info back up. So I put some more in there this morning. Got 1,510 assets in the dig pool. I'm not sure if I got in, which probably means I didn't. So I'll get in with the Rainbow Soul the Catfish. 26 play. This is wild. 26 players. This is why I try doing different things. This is why I love this world of live streaming. I didn't have to go through 5 layers of bureaucracy and management at a TV station to get permission to try something. I just do it. I got 30 years experience in broadcasting, got pretty good instincts, but I don't care how much experience you have in those environments, you don't have that level of creativity or latitude unless you own the station or run the place. All right, 27 players. All right, so if I am in, yes. That Rainbow Soul the Catfish. So 27 players. If I happen to win, prize goes to second place for the winner. The prize is an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. Be sure to join me tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 0200 UTC. My portion of Tides Tuesday. This is just the pre-show for me. I'm just trying some new stuff out, something different. It's off to a good start, I have to say, as far as the like 28 players in. I'll take it. All right. If I win, prize goes to second place, and this second Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Up top, Pink Felicia stings Nadu 6. Along with Flower, and early on we're down to 26. We'll have more Fire Pro Wrestling World here in a little bit. Remember that subscribers get commercial-free viewing as those missiles. So I'm distracted there by the missiles coming across the screen. Taking out that fishing hook. Meanwhile, Krabby Mike took the missile but took out Bulk the Bear. I also got DeBoer JS as well before that. We're down to 24. Make that 22. Benny Alien and Sugar Queen Janice both taken out. Cannonball. Viper Czar, Jungle Banana, and Bowler Dan all eliminated. Cannonball's the exception with the way my settings are here. Most of the enemies capped at 2 kills per appearance, like Debo right here, taking out Dave Ira and Mortez down to 17. But notice nobody else is getting taken out. That's because it's capped at 2 kills for Debo. The only exception, of course, as I mentioned before, that Cannonball, which can take out a maximum of 3. As a streamer, you can customize that, which is one of the many great things about Twitchy Tides. You can make this game your own. You can make where there's not any sort of limit. A considerable latitude with it. Up top, Pink Felicia. There goes my Rainbow Soul the Catfish, along with Titro. 17. We're down to 15 remaining. A Ghost Command from Panda Chan with that Swimsley fish. Cannonball. Up top, that Cannonball takes out Cabanarna, Cesaro NLV, and Jin Terry. We're down to a dozen. More than half the field is out. Players now trying to hang on for a top 10 finish. Panda Chan gets zapped by Pink Felicia. We're down to 11. Also, Campus 83 taken out. Down to 10. So remaining players, you've got that top 10 finish. You've got some leaderboard points coming from this. Of course, the better the finish, the more leaderboard points you get. That monthly competition. Pink Felicia's coming through. Stinging Silent One. And Anti-Killer. No, says Canvas. Yeah. We're down to 8. It's tough when you end up at like number 11, especially when you've got a pretty large field. Make it very close, but not quite a top 10. I can empathize. I've been there. Somehow, Debo the Shark passes on through. I'm not sure if Anti-Killer got taken out there. It was already out. I think Debo might have missed everybody. Whatever the case, the battle continues. Debo's not missing this time, taking out Aegis 2017, and Alley Bear's out. We're down to 6. Alley Bear's going to be part of this Tides Tuesday today. I don't want to take away what any other Tides Tuesday streamers are doing. This is very different. You're seeing the game right now here, but I have some Fire Pro Wrestling World. Kind of just like to have a pre-show, trying to test some stuff out, give people a chance to earn Nash cash from ScurvyBot. So Big Worm takes out Fawny T. Also now taking out Jeff 0079 and Sumerian B. Or is it Summer Ian B? And I don't know for sure. I've heard other streamers say that name a different way. Cannonball, and it's the Battle of the King Claws. Yoshinobu versus 15 Gracious. Remember with King Claw, that fish has a special ability. Krabby Mike cannot kill King Claw, but a depth charge can. It takes out 15 Gracious, and that's the game. So congratulations, Kiyoshinobu, the winner here in this second Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. Just crabs, this canvas. But I mean, you'll probably see quite a few of those King Claws. But that's because they're very powerful, but they're not that many. Just because you see them doesn't mean they're truly abundant. In fact, quite the opposite. As a legendary tier, you have to make an investment to get one of those or have a lot of fish to blend up. Anyway, good game right there. And of course, it's not just the winner in Twitchy Tides. You're getting the top 10 finish out of it. So for Silent One on up, a top 10 finish, leaderboard points, that monthly competition, all the way up to number 1 and your winner, Kiyoshinobu, victorious. No Claw Crew, says Canvas. All right, so I'm going to see what I can do here about, because I set up a brand new scene in OBS Studio for this setup I have here with Fire Pro Wrestling World. It's probably, before I start doing this, not put the cart before the horse. Let's get this back open, shall we? That next Twitchy Tides game coming up a bit later. You can get in right now with !play in chat. All right, so I need to copy over from my sources, my microphone, so I can have that over here in case I need to say something in the middle of the Fire Pro matches. So I'm not sure when we'll have our next match. I was just kind of playing it by ear. I didn't know if there'd be any interest. I'll be just sitting here with 2 or 3 people wanting to play. Not the case, so you can see. Already 8 people into that next game, not even 30 seconds with the door back open again for the lobby. You got your spot in if you're in now. You can secure it if you're not yet with !play in chat. I'm going to try and copy this microphone over, and we'll get back into it with Fire Pro Wrestling World. And we'll have more Twitchy Tides in just a bit. It worked for the microphone, apparently. But I'll be off headset here for a bit. Alright, back on headset with you here. Look away for a second. So, oh, there's the finish of the match about to happen. So we got 18 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. For me, keep in mind, Tides Tuesday doesn't start until 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 0200 UTC. And so for this third game of the broadcast, we have 18 players in. I'll take the overlay down. I'll join as well. That'll get us to 19. We got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. We got digs going on every 15 minutes as far as the cooldown goes for an individual. 100% success rate. I'll get into that Inferno Nessie fish, I think. There I am, okay. As always, when in doubt, you can use the ping command. Yeah, of course, remind stream elements to stop giving me the scoop on how long I've been streaming. I've got a pretty good idea. It's been more than 23 minutes, 22 seconds. This just in. But regardless, 20 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game, the third of this broadcast. This is like the pre-show. This is the lead-up. This is me testing some stuff out. Encourage everybody to watch the official Twitchy Tides streamer to Las Vegas Apes live right now. Actually, before we get this stream going here, I might, let's see if I can pull up what I brought over. No, that'll have to wait. I was getting it put on a flash drive and I realized, oh, that match is about to end. Welcome to live programming. All right, so 20 players for this next game. The winner gets a Warsake and Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. If I win, prize goes to second place. And this next game of Twitchy Tides begins now. Good luck. We'll have more Fire Pro Wrestling Worlds coming up in just a little bit, but right now we got ourselves a Twitchy Tides game going on. Benny Alien, Tatitro, Jungle Banana, all taken out by that cannonball. And early on, we're down to 17. Pink Felicia stings Wombat Warrior and Mydroja, down to 15. Got missiles. Got King Crab with the minions. Got all sorts of fish in the mix. We got Krabby Mike. Got taken out by some missiles, but after doing the damage there, taking out Dave Ira and Naznara, we're down to 13. Cannonball. That Cannonball takes out Autumn's Toys and Random King, and we're down to 11. Big Worm of the hook. There goes my Inferno Nessie. So I missed out on a top 10 finish. Kiyoshinobu taken out as well, but at least top 10 for Kiyoshinobu. We're down to 9. Remaining players as well. You've got a top 10 finish. It's Debo the Shark taking out Jeff 0079 along with 15 Gracious. And we're down to 7. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. Depth charge. There goes Canvas. We're down to 6. You want to hear me call real life sports? You can join me this Saturday. But first, we got JR since 82 getting hooked by Big Worm. We're down to 5. I'll be calling the Swanee Tigers men's lacrosse game. Senior day for Swanee taking on Berry College. If this Saturday, SwaneeTigers.com/watch will take you right there. Cannonball, I took out Cesaro. We're down to the final 4. Connie, Panda Chan, Nadu 6, and Dan Asker, the last 4. We got Big Worm with that hook. There goes Dan. We're down to 3. Enemy's got to run off. They'll be back. We'll play till we get a winner. A cannonball up top misses everybody. The battle continues. Coney, Nadu 6, Panda Chan. Last 3. Make sure I preserve my voice. Don't have a laryngitis hit me before tonight. Coney gets taken out by that cannonball. We're down to 2. Nadu 6 and Panda Chan. Uppercut. That uppercut of a cannonball takes out Nadu 6, and that's the game. So congratulations, Panda Chan. Winner here in game number 3 of the broadcast. Hey there, Billy XBT. Greetings and welcome. Trying something a little bit different here today with this particular stream. Of course, I'll be back tonight for Tides Tuesday for my portion of it at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 0200 UTC. All right, so for Kiyoshinobu on up a top 10 finish, all the way to number 1, and your winner, Panda Chan, victorious. All right, back open for the next Twitchy Tides game. We'll get to that in a bit. And so we'll get back into it now with Fire Pro Wrestling World. These are some matches that I've had recorded. I recorded them long enough ago where I didn't quite have the settings proper as far as the size. I recorded them at 1280 by 720. But in this case, it works out very well for what I want, what I need here. Trying out some new things, a little bit of a different approach here. And of course, getting ready for my portion of Tides Tuesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I had the microphone set up on this other screen as well, the other scene that I just created this morning. So that's in there now, but won't be doing too much talking when the Fire Pro's going on. I'll be back before too long with our next Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. You're on NashvilleLou Live.
minutes gone. Minutes gone.
All right, back on headset with you here, NashvilleLou Live. We'll have more Fire Pro Wrestling Worlds coming up here in a few minutes. Remember to join me tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 0200 UTC. For my 3 hours of Tides Tuesday. Tides Tuesday is an all-day event, multi-streamers. I think Las Vegas Ape just finished up his hour. We're trying something a little bit different today. Mine's coming up tonight, my 3-hour window. And so in here now, trying some things out with kind of multiple elements in play with Fire Pro Wrestling World and, of course, Twitchy Tides. We've got 24 player. Time just, it amazes me. I wasn't sure what to expect at all with this, and this has been quite the pleasant surprise at this point. Take the overlay down. I'll join as well to give us 25 players. It's the ping command. My Gloria Glow. Is it not going to tell me the ability? Did I spell it wrong? Or is it just taking its time? Whatever the case, got 25 players now. I think it's Neon Glow. I think it's the special command. It might not say it in the chat response, but that's neither here nor there if you already know the command. I was just trying to double check. The 25 players in for this next game. Kind of an extended pregame. I'll be back later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 0200 UTC, with my portion of Tides Tuesday. But right now we got 26 players in. And for this fourth game of the broadcast, the winner will receive an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. And remember, you're looking for a top 10 finish here, getting points for those monthly leaderboard competitions. Of course, if I win, prize goes to second place. And this fourth Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. We'll have more Fire Pro Wrestling World here in a bit. And early on, Krabby Mike takes out Dave Ira and Tatitro, down to 24. We got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. I'll have to be here to watch me when I'm live. For subscribers, it's 10 times the Nash Cash. In addition, for subscribers, commercial-free viewing. Meanwhile, Funkin' Crypto, Brother Invest, and Benny Alien taken out. We're down to 21. Cannonball taking the low road. That Cannonball eliminates Fawny T and SDME123. We're down to 19. Depth Charge takes out JR since 82 along with Cabinarna. Down to 17. Looks like SDME123 got caught as well. Meanwhile, Pink Felicia stings Panda Chan and Griebnick. We're down to 15. Rough road, says Canvas. Yeah, it can be. Got some serious firepower up in here. I was going to do that neon. What's it? It might not matter. Neon Glow. Pink Felicia, no glow for her. She took out Veerman that got sent in the other direction. There's that Neon Glow command for my Gloria Glowfish. Cannonball takes out Jeff 0079. We're down to a dozen. I have to pace it somewhat with my voice. I'm going to wear my voice out ahead of that 3-hour Tides Tuesday block I've got coming up tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. Krabby Mike doing the wall crawl. Krabby Mike takes out Cesaro NLV and Silent One. We're down to 10, so remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish locked up. You got your leaderboard points. And who's going to be the winner? Half the field after King Claws. Cannonball got stopped by a missile. And the battle continues. Cannonball got half the way there, took out Nato 6 and Canvas, and got sent back in the other direction, got bounced back. Here comes Debo the Shark. 15 Gracious is out. So is Aegis 2017. We're down to 5. Big Worm Hooks going Tonto. We're down to 4. The final 4. Anti-Killa, Viper Czar, Autumn's Toys, and Bo Reddington. 3 King Claws and a Lambo. Those legendary fish showing out. Anti-Killa gets taken out by a cannonball. We're down to 3. Autumn's Toys, Viper Czar. And Bo Reddington was spinning it away. I couldn't quite read it. Pink Felicia takes care of the claws. Autumn's Toys and Vipers are eliminated, and that's the game. So congratulations, Bo Reddington. That Lambo beat 3 King Claws and got you the victory here in this 4th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. In addition, for top 10 finishers, lucky me at number 10. For me and everyone above me, leaderboard points for a top 10 finish all the way to number 1. And your winner, Bo Reddington, victorious. All right, back open for our next Twitchy Tides game coming up in a bit. You can get in now with !play in chat. We got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash just for hanging out. When I'm here live, you can just have the stream on. Turn down real low if you want to, whatever. Be stacking up that Nash Cash you can get in for these Twitchy Tides games. Good times for sure. And remember, this is just the prelude to what's coming tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern, 0200 UTC. I'm going to follow Sensei Bullrog this week. So I've got some ideas for some Faded Monsuda prizes that I think people will like quite a bit coming up tonight when my 3-hour block of Tides Tuesday gets going. We'll get back to the Fire Pro Wrestling World in a minute here, but I did want to... I'm going to try and pull up one thing before, but I was afraid to mess it up as we were getting ready to have that next game. Could be problematic here. So let's try it. Adding an image shouldn't be that difficult. But I appreciate the hard work that Las Vegas 8 puts into getting Tides Tuesday set up. And I like that he split Tides Tuesday off from Wet and Wild Wednesdays, they're calling it now. A little bit cumbersome, multiple days. Okay, was it Tuesday, Wednesday? For some of you, it's Thursday by that point. But that's just indicative of the demand that exists. People that want to play Twitchy Tides, they want to stream as part of Tides Tuesday. It's a privilege to be part of this. Let's see. There we go. Okay, kind of. We'll pull it there. There's the streamer lineup as it looks right now. So Vegas should have been. Oh, I can take that back. Vegas had a longer stream. I thought he had 1 hour. Originally read that as 11 to noon. So Las Vegas Apes got Tides Tuesday. I definitely would encourage people to watch the Tides Tuesday streamers when they're live. But just give you an idea what's coming up ahead later today. Master Al's got 2 hours. Welsh to NFT, 2 hours. 2 hours for Alley Bear, who rated earlier, very kindly. 2 hours for Sensei, leading into my 3-hour block. I guess there at the bottom, you do see Cartman Brawl, 1 to 6 a.m., so I wasn't entirely sure if I was going to be rated. I figured it'd be Cartman, that's what it normally is, but it was there on the sheet all along on that list. I just didn't see it before. So it goes. All right, so that's a look at what's ahead today with Tides Tuesday. I want to feel like I'm trying to bully on anybody else's territory. Just give everybody a heads up, because it's a little bit different here what I'm trying. With Fire Pro Wrestling World, some matches recorded in 1280 by 720 some time back, but turning a negative into a positive because it fits pretty well within the layout that I have. You'll see it here in a second. So we'll have some more Fire Pro Wrestling World to get back into it here in a bit. With some more Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. I took the wrong thing down, didn't I? Well, we reopened the lobby. Let me make sure I take the wrong... Well, I hope so I put it in the right place, doesn't it? There we go. All right. Back to Fire Pro Wrestling World and more Twitchy Tides here in a bit. NashvilleLou Live. Alright, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. Probably back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 0200 UTC. With Tides Tuesday, for my portion of it, my 3 hours. You want to get into this next Twitchy Tides game, last chance, with exclamation mark play in chat. Quick look at that Twitchy Tides streamer lineup. Las Vegas Apes live right now. I'll be doing a raid over to Master Al, who has 2 hours. Welsh NFT, 2 hours as well for Welsh. And then Alley Bear, 2 hours. Head of 2 hours for Sensei. Then the raid to me, I get 3 hours. And Decartment Bras got 5 into the night US time. So that's the schedule for Tides Tuesday. Trying something a little bit different here today. So far, so good. I've got so many Fire Pro Wrestling World matches recorded. I thought maybe someday I'll need these. Don't know when, don't know why. Coming in kind of handy now. All right, let's actually take the overlay down. We got 25 players, and people love Twitchy Tides. No doubt about that. Glad to have all y'all with me here today. All right, I'll join with the 5 spot, the Ray Ray fish in there. It's not seasonal. Doesn't matter. Pick what you want. All right, so for this 5th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast, the winner will receive an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Let's say Warsaken Foil Prime card. If I win, the prize goes to 2nd place. And remember, also looking to try and get a top 10 finish out of this. That'll give you leaderboard points for that monthly competition. You're looking for a top 25 or top 75 or top 150 finish. An exclusive fish. Competition is quite stout. All the more reason to play as much as you can. And thus people do around the world, around the clock. Love this game so much. This is a winner right here with Twitchy Tides. So 26 players in. If I win, the prize goes to second place. And this 5th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's NashvilleLou Live. We'll have more Fire Pro Wrestling World after this Twitchy Tides game concludes. Pink Felicia going down Broadway takes out Fawny T and Autumn's Toys. A couple Lambos making it rain. Got that wide variety of fish, other aquatic life in there. Meanwhile, Big Worm of the Hook takes out Drumar. And Mortez as well. Ages 2017. Somehow we're down to 21. Make that 18. A Cannonball, no mystery about that. Cesaro NLV, Funko Lover, and me, NashvilleLou, all taken out. And we're down to 18. And a slider of a Cannonball this time takes out Jungle Banano, Silent One, and Jeff 0079. We're down to 15. Big Worm of the Hook, not wasting any time. Panda Chan's out, so is Wombat Warrior. Half the field is out now, down to 13. The Hook, Big Worm, Bo Reddington, and Sumerian B. Or Summer E and B, I'm not sure of the proper pronunciation. Down to 11. And it's Pink Felicia up top. There goes Random King. So remaining players have a top 10 finish. Waxtails gets taken out. We're down to 9. Playing Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live with more Fire Pro Wrestling World just ahead. Big Worm the Hook takes out Benny Alien and catches Funk and Crypto on the way out. We're down to 7. If you want to learn more about Twitchy Tides, go to the official website. Very easy, see in that bottom right corner. twitchytides.io. That's twitchytides.io. This is a winner of a game. So much fun. It's easy to play. Practically anybody, if you can figure out how to stream live on Twitch, you shouldn't have too much trouble figuring out how to stream and play Twitchy Tides if you're so inclined. So we began with 26. We're down to 7. Make that 4 as that Cannonball takes out Pennybags Jr., Nadu 6, and Enmata. Down to the final 4. SDB123, Campus 83, JR since 82, and there goes 15 Gracious. We're down to 3. Be sure to join me tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 0200 UTC for my 3 hours of Tides Tuesday. Big Worm the Hook takes out Campus. Down to the final 2. SDB123 and JR since 82. Now it's Pink Felicia. A photo finish. There goes SDMA. It looked like JR was going to collide with Felicia. But she was going just fast enough to hit SDME 1-2-3 first, and that's the difference in the game. So congrats to JR since 82 for the victory. Of course, in addition to the win for the top 10 finishers, leaderboard points. Let's not pull it that way. Here we go, Waxtails. For you and everybody on up, the top 10 finish, the higher the finish, the more leaderboard points you get out of it. All the way to number 1, your winner, JR since 82, and a thriller gets the victory. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play in chat will get you in. And remember, this is Tides Tuesday. This is just the preamble, the pre-show for me. Las Vegas Apes live right now if you want to get even more with Twitchy Tides. Encourage everybody to watch the official Twitchy Tides Tuesday streamers. But you can watch multiple streams. You've got options. The world is yours with this. I mean, that's going on. And we'll get back into it now with more Fire Pro Wrestling World. Here on NashvilleLou Live. And before too long, we'll get our next Twitchy Tides game going here. You can get into that next game right now by typing exclamation mark play in chat. This is NashvilleLou Live. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. Kind of the prelude, for me at least, for my portion of Tides Tuesday. Take a quick look at that Tides Tuesday streamer lineup. Right now, Las Vegas Apes live. He'll be raiding over to Master Owl later. Eventually see on that list there, bottom left, Sensei Bullrog's got a 2-hour slot, 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And then I've got a 3-hour slot, so Sensei will be raiding into me. I plan to do some Faded Monsuda-themed prizes tonight, along with, of course, some Twitchy Tides and who knows what else. In addition, of course, Scurvy Bot's giving out Nash Cash. Got people digging every 15 minutes. That's the cooldown. Got a 100% success rate. And we got 19 players in for this next game. So let me take this overlay down. I'll join as well. That'll get us to 20. I'll use the Inferno Nessie. Personal favorite of mine. One of my favorites. On the short list, there's some great fish in this game. There's so many, it's tough for me to keep track of all of them. And yet they all seem to fit together well in this amazing and entertaining world of Twitchy Tides. So 20 players in for this next game. This 6th game of the broadcast. This is not my Tides Tuesday portion. This is me trying something I'd never done before with Fire Pro Wrestling World. Trying that, not my full screen, but kind of pushed back. Using some matches I recorded many moons ago. Inadvertently did it at 1280 by 720. I was still learning at that point on some of the finer details. Anyway, but it worked out well here because that allows me to kind of fit it along with the Twitchy Tides tank and a few other things of note. So I wasn't sure if anybody would be watching at all, and been very happy with this. And of course, Twitchy Tides is a draw. Doesn't matter what day it is, what time it is, whatever. People are looking to play at all times with Twitchy Tides. So 20 players in for this next game. And for the winner, prize, an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, that prize goes to second place. In addition, players are looking for a top 10 finish, getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. All right, 20 players in, and this 6th game of Twitchy Tides begins now. Good luck. Right away, a depth charge takes out SDB123 and Cesaro NLV down to 18. Another depth charge. Tatitro 17 and RCP ADG taken out. Down to 16 remaining. Even doing an Inferno spin. Strike before Krabby Mike gets too close. There's an Inferno spin. Krabby Mike takes out Silent One and Mata. Down to 14. Luckily, the Inferno doesn't actually light the money from the Lambo command on fire. Even underwater, that can be hazardous. And now, speaking of hazardous, the teeth of Debo. Mortez and JR taken out. Down to a dozen. A cannonball, rise of a shot. Bo Reddington's out. Nash is out. I'm out. We're down to 9. Remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish secured at this point. That cannonball is going to thin it out a bit more. Canvas is out. Panda Chan is out. Jeff 0079 is out. And we're down to 6. Depth charge. See that ominous red glow. Going to take out Funko Lover. And we're down to 5 players remaining. 3/4 of the field's out. Cannonball takes out Parrot. And we're down to 3. Fawny T, Dave Ira, and Liquid Chill, the last 3 in there. Pink Felicia stings Dave Ira after taking out Fawny T, and that's the game. So congratulations, Liquid Chill, the winner here in this 6th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. Please keep in mind that prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast. These will be sent from my fulfillments wallet on Wax. And so, lucky me in 10th place. Your name's above mine. That's a top 10 finish and leaderboard points for you. The higher the finish, the more leaderboard points you get. All the way to number 1 and your winner. Liquid Chill 8-0 victorious. We're back open for that next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play in chat will get you in for that. And again, a reminder, my Tides Tuesday part doesn't even start until 10 p.m. Eastern. Right now, Las Vegas Apes live. You can see that streamer lineup for later today. Should be a good time with that. So you can get in for this next game of Twitchy Tides here with exclamation mark play in chat. And we'll get back into some more Fire Pro Wrestling World here on NashvilleLou Live. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. We'll have more Fire Pro Wrestling World coming up in a little bit. Right now, it's time for some Twitchy Tides. Got 25 players in for this next game. If you want in, last chance with exclamation mark play in chat. This is just the prelude for me for what's coming later today. Let's look at this Twitchy Tides streamer lineup real fast. Las Vegas Apes live right now. I'll be right over Master Al. From there, it's on to Welsh, Dan FT, Ali Bear. Then Sensei Bullrock will raid into me at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 0200 UTC. I'll have 3 hours before I raid over to Cartman Brawl. So I've never tried anything quite like what I'm doing today with this Fire Pro Wrestling World mixed with Twitchy Tides. I've got thousands of Fire Pro matches recorded going back several years. One of those things where like, well, maybe someday they'll be used for them, and lo and behold, here we are. Anyway, so that's what I've got going on with this. We've got Tides Tuesday going on. I'll be part of that later on today. I love Tides Tuesday. Sad I didn't get to take part last week, but I had professional obligation. Calling Swanee Tigers men's lacrosse up in Swanee, Tennessee, up in Mont Eagle Mountain. Beautiful up there. Absolutely gorgeous up there. Absolute treatment to go up there and call those men's lacrosse games. All right, let's take the overlay down. I'll join with exclamation point play in chat. I'll use the Lulu fish, my unofficial mascot here on NashvilleLou Live, particularly when it pertains to Twitchy Tides. So for the 7th Tides game of the broadcast, the winner will receive an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsake and Foil Prime card. If I win, the prize goes to second place. And remember, players, you're looking for a top 10 finish. That'll get you leaderboard points for that monthly competition in Twitchy Tides. All right, so everything's set with my notes. And game number 7 of the broadcast, Twitchy Tides, begins now. Good luck. 26 players in. There's my dream command with my Lulu fish while I can. Pink Felicia takes out Jungle Banana and Mortez, and we're down to 24. You can learn more about Twitchy Tides at its official website, twitchytides.io. See that down in the bottom right corner of the screen. Cannonball takes out Finest HM, RCPADG, and Antikilla. We're down to 21. And now Pink Felicia stings SDME123 and Bo Reddington, down to 19. Remember, most of the enemies I have set at a maximum of 2 kills per appearance. It's 3 for a cannonball. Sometimes there's simultaneous kills that happen that you'll end up getting 3 out of one of them, even though it's supposed to be capped at 2. That's life. The dead heat. And it's Pink Felicia stinging Flantality and Parrot 314. We began with 26, we're down to 17. Got Scurvy about giving out Nash Cash. We got Depth Charge just to the right of my logo there, bottom left corner. Pennybags Jr. along with Funko Lover. They both get taken out by that Depth Charge, and we're down to 15. Big Worm the hook. There goes Wax Tails. Is going to catch Canvas 83 on the way out. Tough break there. Half the field is out now. And we're down to 13 players remaining. Depth Charge. There goes Ostrich 99 and Fonny T. Down to 11. Depth Charge. That takes out JR since 82 and Aegis 2017. 9 players remain, so those still in there. You've got a top 10 finish secured. Up top, Pink Felicia stings Cabinarna. And Tatitro 17, down to 7. Cannonball. That takes out Bent SW Pop Lover, Dave Ira, and Autumn's Toys. That leaves us with the final 4 now. Jeff 0079, 15 Gracious, 906, and me, NashvilleLou with the Lulu Fish. Here comes Pink Felicia, stinging 15 Gracious, and 906 as well. So good news for you, Jeff 0079. You're going to get the prize regardless of the outcome, and you and I are the final 2. Let's see who the winner's going to be. Debo's going to take out my Lulu fish, and that's the game. So congratulations, Jeff0079. The winner here in game number 7 of the broadcast. I was starting to write the number 8 to put the next line in there to save it for later. And as I've noted here before, I'm not very good at trying to say one thing and type another. It amazes me. There are people I worked with in the TV news business that can handle that so well. On air. They'll be writing something, me telling them something in their ear, trying to pretend like they're listening to their co-anchor, to the meteorologist or whatever, while they're trying to get breaking news set up. Some people can just process that exceptionally well, and that's... It impressed me. Wow, people can actually do that. I work with some very talented people in both radio and TV. All right, so for ages 2017 on up, a top 10 finish. All the way to number 1 and your winner, Jeff0079. Victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game, ! Play. We'll get you in. And again, this is just the prelude for me. Tides Tuesday comes later today. Right now, Las Vegas Apes live with his part of Tides Tuesday. My 3-hour portion. We'll be giving away some Faded Monsuda related prizes. I'm sure some Twitchy Tides prizes as well. Who knows what else? Looking forward to that coming up 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 0200 UTC. I had to ask you, please put daylight and not standard. It's not standard time anymore. It doesn't really matter, except it does, because I remember last year had a live stream I was watching. Somebody that was in Arizona, and they said standard time, and they really meant standard time because Arizona doesn't have daylight saving time. Sometimes people get a little bit upset, though, if you point out mistakes. I was trying to help out. But this is different, though. This is like, look, this is the streamer lineup. I can change it from standard to daylight if I need to. But that's why it looks that way. But hopefully, it's not, if that's the worst thing I got to worry about, I'll be okay. I don't want to be like a hassle or a pain to anybody. It's just, things have to be precise. If you're telling people the time, you're not giving them the UTC. I just want people to know when and where. And that's the way I do it. All right, so it's open now for that next Twitchy Tides game. We're going to get back into it now with more Fire Pro Wrestling World here on NashvilleLou Live. Fight! Alright, back on headset with you here. NashvilleLou Live. This is just the prelude to tonight. Wasn't quite sure what to expect. Trying a few different things here. Some Fire Pro Wrestling World, Scurvy Bot, Twitchy Tides. I've still got my Tides Tuesday coming up later today, so I don't want to overdo it with my broadcasting, but this works out pretty well. Let's take a look at that Tides Tuesday lineup right now. You got Las Vegas Ape. He'll be going to top of the hour before he does a raid over to Master Al. From there, Welsh to NFT, Alley Bear, Sensei Bullrock. Then Sensei's going to do a raid over to me at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 0200 UTC. I'll have my 3 hours with Tides Tuesday. Should be a lot of fun. Missed it last week. Had that men's lacrosse broadcasting commitment. Swanee Tigers. Love calling those games. That was the one Tuesday that they had on the schedule on the home slate. So that's all for that as far as worrying for scheduling conflict with lacrosse and Tides Tuesday for 2025 anyway. Let's take that down. Let's pull the overlay down as well. 20 players in. I'll join as well. That'll get us to 21. Use the Rainbow Soul, the Catfish. So for this 8th game of Twitchy Tides, the winner gets an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsake and Foil Prime card. In addition, if I win, prize goes to 2nd place. So 21 players in for this next game. Game number 8 of the broadcast of Twitchy Tides begins now. Good luck. Start with 21 players and a cannonball right away. That was fast. Dave Ira's out, Kiyoshinobu's out, I'm out, and we're down to 18. Sometimes you get a tough break right out of the gate like that. Depth charge. It takes out Aegis 2017 along with Mortez, and we're down to 16. Depth charge. There goes Canvas. There goes Jeff 0079 down to 14. Bo Reddington, that Lambo making it rain. Pink Felicia. Going right to left, bottom part of the screen. Felicia stings 4 Slayer, along with Bent SW Pop Lover. We're down to a dozen. Watching some of Bent's live stream the other day. Really creative as far as coming up with like in real life designs being done on camera, putting things together, etc. Entertaining broadcasts. Now it's Krabby Mike. Krabby Mike takes out JR since 82 along with Parrots. They at least got top 10 finishes out of it though, but they're out of the rest of the game. 8 players remain. You think about the wide range of people that like Twitchy Tides, or that broadcast Twitchy Tides, all the varying styles. Jungle Banana and Flantality get taken out by Pink Felicia, and we're down to 6. And yet this game has such flexibility and such broad appeal that you can make this your own. There's many different ways to do it as there are people. Depth charge out of nowhere takes out Autumn's Toys and Bo Reddington, and we're down to 4. It's Fonny T, Funkin' Crypto, Naznara, and Funko Lover. The final 4. A depth charge up there. The powerful command, that flare command from Fonny T's Neon Leon. Finally, Funkin' Crypto hits the depth charge, gets taken out. We're down to 3. Naznara, Funko Lover, and Fonny T. The final 3. Here comes Debo the Shark. Fonny T is out. We're down to 2. The final 2. Funko Lover and Naznara. We began with 21, we're down to 2. Did we run out of enemies? The time limit draw. Up top, Debo the Shark says, nah. You still got enemies, pal. Although I think Debo's going to miss both remaining players in this pass-through. It's Naznara and Funko Lover, the final 2. Big Worm with a hook. And finally, Big Worm gives up. The battle continues. Naznara and Funko Lover. Depth charge. It's that ominous blinking red. Can Funko get past it? Nope. There's the boom, and that's the game. So congratulations, Naznara. Victorious here in this 8th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. So for JR since 82 on up, you'll have a top 10 finish. You got some leaderboard points out of this. The higher the finish, the more points, of course, all the way to number 1. And your winner, Naznara, victorious. All right, back open for our next Twitchy Tides game with !play in chat. And again, a reminder, my part of Tides Tuesday isn't until later on today, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time to be precise. Las Vegas Apes got another 5 minutes or so. Then over to Master Al, Welsh to NFT, Alley Bear, Sensei Bullrog, and then me. Well, that's what's on the slate for today as far as Tides Tuesday. And of course, I'll be raiding out to Cartman Bra at 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. He's got 5 hours into the night U.S. time. Let's take that down. We'll have this lobby area open. You can get in now with !play in chat. So we get back into it now with Fire Pro Wrestling World on NashvilleLou Live.
3, 4, 5, 6.
right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. Doing some Fire Pro Wrestling World there, and here in a few moments we're going to enjoy some Twitchy Tides. A reminder, this is Tides Tuesday. Right now, Master Owl has the Tides Tuesday lead spot there for the next 2 hours. Got the raid from Las Vegas Ape. From there, it'll be a raid over to Welsh NFT, then Alley Bear, Sensei Bullrog, and then Sensei is going to do a raid to me at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is just the prelude for me. Pre-game show. Testing some stuff out. I wasn't sure how it was going to work out, but so far so good. With the Fire Pro Wrestling World mixed with Scurvy Bot, and some Twitchy Tides. Good times with that. All right, let's take that down off the screen as well as the overlay. I can get rid of that for now. It'll go back up eventually. 24 players in. If you're not in yet, you want in. Last chance to get into this next game with exclamation mark play in chat. I'll use the Lulu fish, my unofficial mascot here on NashvilleLou Live, particularly when it pertains to Twitchy Tides. We have 25 players in for this next game. For the winner, the prize is an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, that top prize goes to the second place finisher. In addition, players are looking for a top 10 finish, getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. They're important and they add up. All right, 25 players in, and this 9th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. Debo the Shark right away takes out Fawny T and JR since 82. We're down to 23 players remaining. Bunch of King Claws in the mix, my goodness. Got a crab convention. But rightly so, those are very powerful fish. Although not powerful against the sharp teeth of Debo. So Fawny T's out. Fawny T is out. JR since 82 is out. Now 15 Gracious and Canvas out as well. And we're down to 21. Got the enemy scared off here. There's a warning about a cannonball, but if it was fired, it was off target. Didn't appear on screen the best I could see. Could have been anti-enemy command being used. Hard to know. If you want to learn more about Twitchy Tides, that URL in the bottom right corner, twitchytides.io. That's the website address you need to know. Pink Felicia Sting's Finest HM and Jungle Banana were down to 19. There's a lot more to Twitchy Tides than what I get into here on stream, but this particular element of it works phenomenally well for what I need. Such a great fit from a timing standpoint, from a pacing standpoint. Pink Felicia Sting's Cabinarna and Looney Boons down to 17. Up top, Debo the Shark takes out Funkin' Crypto and Viper Czar. We're down to 15. Big Worm the Hook takes out my Lulu Fish. And we're down to 14 remaining. Big Worm the Hook, and there goes Bo Reddington. Try to get out of there with that Lambo command. About a half second too short. Those are the breaks sometimes in this game. Now it's Pink Felicia, Stinging Connie, and Random King. We're down to 11. More than half the field is out. Debo takes out Ostrich. Debo takes out Cesaro NLV. We're down to 9 remaining. At least Cesaro got a top 10 finish, as has everyone else still in the mix. And with 25, we're down to 9. Big Worm the Hook takes out Aegis 2017 and Silent One. We're down to 7. There's Debo. Debo the Shark. Parrot is out. We're down to 6. And again, Debo, this time going right to left, upper half of the screen. Naznara is out. So is Jeff 0079. We're down to the final 4. Wax Tails, Autumn's Toys, Wombat Warrior, and Dave Ira. The final 4. Up top, Debo. Debo the Shark takes out Wombat Warrior. We're down to 3. Wax Tails, Autumn's Toys, and Dave Ira. The game is Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. We'll have more Fire Pro Wrestling World here in a little bit. Krabby Mike. Krabby Mike, me doing the wall crawl. Remember, Autumn's Toys with that King Claw is immune from being killed by Krabby Mike. But in this case, Krabby Mike misses everybody and the battle continues. You got King Claw, you've got Neon Leon, and up top, I'm not sure the name of Wax Tails is Fish, but a narrow avoidance there of the sharp teeth of Debo the Shark. Debo missed everybody. The battle continues. Cannonball, a riser for shot, takes out Autumn's Toys. We're down to the final 2. Wax Tails and Dave Ira, the last 2. Cannonball. Slider takes out Dave Ira, and that's the game. So congratulations, Wax Tails. Victorious here in this 9th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. So thus far, 9 games, 9 different winners. It's good times when lots of people are getting wins. In addition, not just that, but top 10 finishes for Cesaro and LV on up. Again, that helps you get those leaderboard points for that monthly competition. It's more than just bragging rights. Get some exclusive stuff out of that. All the way up to number 1. And your winner, Wax Tails, victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game, ! Play in chat. I'm not sure how I'm going to go with this. I'm having fun with it. It's pretty straightforward, just testing out Fire Pro Wrestling World and then having some Twitchy Tides games. Don't want to overdo it though, because again, I want to note we've got Tides Tuesday. Right now, Master Ral is live. I'll be taking part later today. I don't want to strain my voice too much, but luckily with this, get the live games and a little chit-chat with you, and then rest the voice up a bit for tonight with Tides Tuesday. So that's what's going on here. You can get it now for this next Twitchy Tides game with ! Play in chat. As we get back into it now with Fire Pro Wrestling World here on NashvilleLou Live.
Golden Trigger!
right, back on headset with you here. NashvilleLou Live. We got 24 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you'd like to join the list, if you want to get in, last chance of this next game with exclamation mark play in chat. I'll take the overlay down. I'll join exclamation point play. I'll use the Inferno Nessie, which I've got in the number 4 spot on my Twitchy team. Remember, you can assign spots number 1 through 5. 5 different fish. Allows you to switch out rather easily. Or if you're watching multiple streams, want different fish and different streams, we've got some latitude with that. Also, keep in mind, this is like the pre-show for me here. I'm just testing out some stuff with Fire Pro Wrestling World and some video I had that was recorded at 1280 by 720. Like, well, how do I make use of this? Well, trying it out here. It's been worked out pretty well. We got 26 players and people looking to play Twitchy Tides around the clock. And to that end, a reminder, Tides Tuesday right now, Master Al. It's a 2-hour block for Tides Tuesday. And they're doing a raid over to Welsh. The Welsh NFT for 2 hours. Alley Bear for another 2 hours. Sensei Bullrog for 2 hours. And the raid into me. That'll be at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 0200 UTC. I'll be with you for 3 hours. Had a miss last week. Had a broadcasting commitment. Swanee Tigers men's lacrosse. That was the only Tuesday home game on the schedule for the season, so I should be good to go going forward, at least for this year. Anyway, that's the streamer lineup for Tides Tuesday that you see on screen. Take that down. Wait, double check. I didn't get in. Yes. I'm in there with that Inferno Nessie. So 26 players for this next Twitchy Tides game. Game number 10 of the broadcast. Or something I didn't know if I'd do more than an hour. Wanted to test it out. Been going pretty well. I don't know how much longer I'll go. Maybe another hour. I do a raid over to Welsh once he goes live. I don't know, because I don't want to overdo it as far as talking. I got a 3-hour show tonight. Got the main event to be ready for. I don't want to burn my voice out on the pre-show. AEW Dynasty length. Anyway, 27 players in for this 10th game for the winner. The prize, an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, the prize goes to second place. Also, remember players, you're looking for a top 10 finish. That'll give you leaderboard points for that monthly competition. Those have a way of adding up over time. So 28 players, if I win, that top prize goes to second place. And this 10th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. 28 players in. Right away, a depth charge gets neutralized. Several commands being used there at once. Not sure which one took it out. And look at the wide variety of fish and other aquatic life in the mix here. Unfortunately, Debo the Shark not impressed with the array of talent. Taking out SDME 1, 2, 3, and Fat Boy B. We're down to 26. Debo the Shark going right to left. Bonnie T is out, so is Crypto Gamer. We're down to 24. Depth charge. There goes Autumn's Toys. Connie out as well. Down to 22. Another depth charge. Dave Ira and Bent SW Poplove are both taken out. We're down to 20. Cannonball. Rise over Cannonball shot. That eliminates Zach Bonifer, Wombat Warrior, and Tree Frog Nada. Down to 17. Now Big Worm the Hook, BG Dub is out. So is Flower. Down to 15. Another depth charge. Nadu 6 and Jeff 0079 both eliminated. More than half the field is out. We're down to 13. There was Pink Felicia going right to left, bottom part of the screen. Zapping Canvas and Pennybags Jr. We're down to 11. Krabby Mike up top. Takes out to Tetro. Also Parrot eliminated. We're down to 9. Inferno spin real fast. It's easy to do that and time it perfectly when you've got 0-second delay. So remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish locked in. And now here comes Debo the Shark. Debo takes out Funko Lover along with Anti-Killa, and we're down to 7. We'll have more Fire Pro Wrestling World here in a couple of minutes, but right now it's Debo the Shark. Debo remarkably misses everybody. And for right now, the 7 remaining still in the mix. Pink Felicia stings Lot DS and Viper Czar, and we're down to 5. Here comes Debo the Shark, finest HM eliminated. Inferno Nessie narrowly avoided the sharp teeth of Debo. Dan Asker taken out there at the very end. So we're down to 3. Silent One, Bo Reddington, and me, NashvilleLou. Got 2 Lambos and an Inferno Nessie that I've got. And Pink Felicia takes out one of those Lambos. Bo Reddington's out. Takes out my Inferno Nessie, and that's the game. So congratulations, Silent One, the winner in game number 1 of this broadcast, and the winner here in game number 10. We hit 3 p.m. Eastern. Congratulations on the victory, Silent One. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. For Parrot 314 on up, it's a top 10 finish, all the way to number 1, and your winner, Silent One 38, victorious. Back open for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play will get you in. And a reminder, this is just the prelude. This is just the pre-show for me for Tides Tuesday. Been testing out some things with Fire Pro Wrestling World, and I will get back to that in a minute, but here's that streamer lineup right now. Master Al handling things for Tides Tuesday. Master Al will do a raid over to Welsh in about an hour. Probably head over there about that same time as well. I'll do have to get the prizes sent out. Give my voice some time to rest up. Knock out some other work, etc. But we got another hour of fun still to come. And of course, it's not just Master Al and Welsh Dan FT. You also got Allie Bear, who's going to be in there tonight. Sensei Bullrog's going to be my lead-in tonight, which will be a lot of fun. So I plan to have some Faded Monsuda-themed prizes coming up with Tides Tuesday. All right, so the lobby's back open. Exclamation mark play will get you in for that next Twitchy Tides game. Remember, Scurvybot's giving out Nash Cash. You don't need a dig pass here, at least not the way I've got it set up now. Maybe I'll have a change of heart at some point. Just trying some different variables, and that's not to throw shade on anybody that has that. I'm just trying it without it. There's a 15-minute cooldown, then you can dig again. Pretty straightforward. All right, so we'll get back into it now with Fire Pro Wrestling World here on NashvilleLou Live. We'll have more Twitchy Tides coming up here in a bit. Remember, you can get into that next game right now. You can get your spot with exclamation mark play in chat. All right, back on headset with you here. NashvilleLou Live. Got 20 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you want to get in, last chance for this next game with exclamation mark play in chat. This is still the prelude for me for Tides Tuesday. I've got a 3-hour slot, 10 p.m. Eastern, my normal start time on Tides Tuesday, back this week. Had a men's lacrosse game that I called for Swanee Tigers last Tuesday, so that took me out of pocket for that. But you can see right now, Master Al in the captain's seat. From there, Welsh Dan of T, Allie Bear, Sensei Bullrogs be raiding into me tonight. Plan to give away some Faded Monsuda related things during the course of the 3-hour broadcast that I have from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so from 2 to 5 UTC. From there, we'll do the raid over to Cartman Bra. It'll take us into the night U.S. time. But I thought this was a good opportunity today, and I'm not done yet. We'll keep this going probably another half hour. Probably do a raid over to Welsh when he goes live. But particularly with Twitchy Tides TV being off today, is okay, well, let's see, what can I do to test something out here? I wanted to figure out, because I've got a lot of those Fire Pro Wrestling World matches recorded. Some of those like are 1280 by 720. I'm like, it's not going to look right if I try and stretch it. What am I going to use it for? But it's worked out pretty well for those purposes, just to have as content to go with. Of course, Twitchy Tides. We'll have a full 3 hours coming up with Tides Tuesday tonight. I was hoping to overdo it with my voice, so this format works pretty well. I can dip in, we'll do the live games, and then some more Fire Pro, which to me, that's the most entertaining pro wrestling simulation I've ever seen on any system ever. Going back decades. I mean, WrestleFest is fun, but that's not what we have here. That's an arcade game. It also came out in 1991. Fire Pro Wrestling World's a lot of fun. But I really do think the enjoyment I get out of it the most is just letting it, when you have a really good match in particular. Now, sometimes the game, especially the modded version, but thank goodness for Carl Zilla, a tremendous job modding that game. Anyway, that's neither here nor there related to Twitchy Tides. You got 20 players in. Let's take this overlay down. I'll save my stories for tonight for my 3 hours with Tides Tuesday. All right, I'm in there with the Ray Reindeer. So 21 players. If I win, the prize goes to second place. This is game number 11 of the broadcast. Winner gets an item from the NashvilleLou collection and a Warsaken foil prime card. Of course, remember, players, you want a top 10 finish, because that'll give you leaderboard points for that monthly competition. These add up. I mean, that's seeing is believing. It's math, right? Pretty basic stuff. And the better you do as far as those top 10 finishes, the more you earn for the leaderboard points. Good times. And be sure, if you're not doing it already, if you've got some Twitchy Tides fish, be sure that you're getting in there and claiming your Twitchy treasure on a daily basis. You can't just leave it in there and have it stack up. It's like the cupboard is full. You got to claim it. It's not unlike with Warsaken. If you have any Warsaken cards, even if you don't play Warsaken, you don't want to, if you got at least some of those cards, you log in every day, you can claim loot. People like me will buy loot from you for wax. In other words, there's good reason to do it. And we'll get there soon with Warsaken. I just, once we get a turn timer, and I can have the game just supply me with opponents to play, and I start just wrecking people. Or getting wrecked, as the case may be. Then, I mean, that's just from a pacing standpoint. I can't wait. Chomping at the bit, but that's for another day. For today, we got 22 players in for this Twitchy Tides game. So again, for the winner of the prize, a Warsaken foil prime card plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. If I win, prize goes to second place. Game number 11 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. 22 players in. We'll have more Fire Pro Wrestling World here in a few minutes. And right away, a depth charge takes out Fawny T and Benarva High. We're down to 20. Depth charge. That was fast. Crypto Gamers out. I'm out. We're down to 18. Didn't get to use that snowstorm command. Dawdled. got dealt with. Speaking of getting dealt with, there's Pink Felicia stinging Random King and Maculio. We're down to 16. Big Worm the Hook takes out Zach Bonifer and Tree Frog Nada. We're down to 14. We got Scurvy Bot giving out Nash Cash. People just hanging out here watching. You catch me here live on Twitch. Hello to everybody watching on Kick. Jeff 079 and Bo Reddington get taken out there by Debo the Shark. We're down to 12. Now, I don't allow chatting on Kick because I can't really monitor it that well, except for emotes. And you can't play Twitchy Tides over there, but there are people that watch me on Kick, and I'm very grateful for that. Thanks for taking the time to watch. Autumn's Toys and SDB123. Well, getting the sting there from Pink Felicia. We're down to 10. Remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish locked in here, so leaderboard points. Krabby Mike. We're doing the wall crawl. Takes out to Teacher 17 and Pennybags Jr. We're down to 8. Pink Felicia up top, Sting's Finest HM and Mortal Wombats. We're down to 6. Pink Felicia, Sting's Wombat Warrior and Silent One. We're down to 4. Nadu 6. Ostrich 99. Funko Lover 30. And Dave Ira, I'm not reading all those zeros. The final 4 in this Twitchy Tides game. Big Worm. The Hook takes out Ostrich. We're down to 3. Nadu 6. Funko Lover. And Dave Ira. Depth charge out of nowhere. Tough break for Nadu 6. It's down to this. Dave Ira and Funko Lover. The final 2. Depth charge. And Dave Ira get past it. Yes. About Funko Lover. That's the boom. That's the game. So congratulations, Dave Ira. Count each and every one of those zeros before your name and the underscore. Or I'll just write Dave Ira here in my notes because I know I'll be able to find you very easily. It's great because after the broadcast, I can just go into Twitchy Tides and go into the list of results. Just do a Control F to find the person's name. I keep a list of the winners here. I can't do the copy all because it doesn't really play well with the OBS Studio. What's the word? The interacting with. It's just easier this way, just for me to write down the winner versus trying to copy and paste all the info. But it's available within the Twitchy Tides site. It's information. It's great. I mean, I don't think this is revolutionary stuff we're asking for. This is the kind of thing I was asking for from Blockchain Brawlers 3 and 4 years ago. Or really 3 years ago, whatever. Still asking for it, maybe someday. Give me information. Make your game look important and feel important. Make the results matter. And I think you'll have overwhelmingly positive results. And if there's any doubt about it, we just look at what Twitchy Tides has done. So for Tatitro 17 on up at the top 10 finish, all the way to number 1 and your winner, Dave Ira victorious. A big wind up and I have to bring the box back up to the menu button. There we go. Got ahead of myself. All right, back open for the next Twitchy Tides game. I'll probably go another half hour with this. Have at least one more fire. Probably another 45-minute draw. I just brought in some matches that I knew would be good matches. I didn't think I'd go anywhere close to this long with it, but I ended up copying over like 7 hours worth of matches. And that's like just scratching the surface. I've got a lot of Fire Pro. And maybe it's compelling for some people, maybe it's not, but it's at least programming. And I knew that someday I might be able to get use out of it. But more importantly, it's not even like the 1920, the full, was it 1920 by 1080? I don't know, numbers. It's the 1280 by 720 instead. So it fits better in the box when you have that incorporated with the whole Twitchy Tides tank. It'll be easier to show than to tell, but once I pull up that screen, the video starts. And then I have to kind of pipe down. So go ahead. You already got 6 people in for this next Twitchy Tides game. ! Play in chat. And so this will be almost a, like something out of PWG. When you go to a show and don't know any of the matches, it's a mystery. It's a vortex. It's NashvilleLou Live. I'm on microphones. Just the game is very loud, so I'll dip out now. But I'll be close by.
Give up. Give up. Give up. Give up.
All right, back on headset with you here. NashvilleLou Live. We've got 21 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. You can get in as well right now with !play in chat. Make note right now, this Tides Tuesday streamer lineup. Master Al, final few minutes over there. In Welsh, Dan FT will be on for the next 2 hours. I plan to do a raid over to Welsh once he goes live, which should be here fairly soon. From there, it'll be Alley Bear for 2 hours, Sensei Bullrog for 2 hours, and then Sensei coming over here for my 3 hours starting at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It's kind of wild to need more than 5 hours in. Go, this is the pre-show, pal, but just testing out some stuff. Thought maybe I'd go an hour with it, didn't know. And here we are more than 5 hours later. A lot of fun as usual here with Twitchy Tides. Trying some stuff out. The Fire Pro Wrestling World. Good times. So last chance to get in with !play in chat. I don't want to lose my voice before the main event. All right, so my notes are up to speed. Let me take... Again, that's the Tides Tuesday streamer lineup. Make sure to join me here 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 0200 UTC. Okay. We'll take down the overlay. I'll make sure I get in here with !play. I use my Inferno Nessie. One more for the road with the Inferno for this broadcast. We'll play this last Twitchy Tides game. And if I timed it properly, then we'll do a raid over to Welsh NFT. Timing can be a bit tricky sometimes when it comes to live streams and getting everything synced up. All right, 25 players in for this last Twitchy Tides game of this broadcast. But again, this is like the part 1 of 2. This is just a setup. We'll have 3 hours of Twitchy Tides. We're going to have some Faded Monsuda-related prizes, some fun Twitchy Tides prizes, and who knows what else is in store. Good times ahead. As we hit 4 p.m. Eastern here, let's go ahead and get to it, shall we? 26 players in. And for the winner of game number 12 here of this broadcast, it'll be an item from the NashvilleLou collection and a Warsaken foil prime card. If I win, that prize goes to second place. Game number 12 begins now. Good luck. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. Right away, Waxtails and Bo Reddington get taken out by a depth charge, and we're down to 24. Pink Felicia stings Autumn's Toys and Nadu 6, and we're down to 22. And look out for Debo the Shark going left to right. Debo takes out Dave Ira and Brazen Blake. We're down to 20. Big Worm of the Hook. That takes out Blue Penguin and Aegis 2017. We're down to 18 remaining. Pennybags Jr. and Parrot 314 get taken out by a depth charge. We're down to 16 remaining. It's an Inferno spin while I'm thinking about it. Whoa. Up high with that one. Meanwhile, no jokes for the Hook from Big Worm, taking out Fonty T and Jamie Penguin. So we're down to a dozen. Here comes Pink Felicia, stinging Viper Czar and Wombat Warrior. We're down to 10, so remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish for this game. Means leaderboard points, that monthly competition. Depth charge. That takes out to Tetro, and we're down to 9. Got 3 King Claws up in here. Legendary tier. Pink Felicia. Working the low road. And inexplicably, Pink Felicia misses everybody. How did that happen? Big lose there for Pink Felicia. Cannonball. Bit more destructive, taking out Master, Halo, and Dan Asker. And we're down to 7. This is Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. Depth charge takes out Cesaro NLV. We're down to 6. Canvas taken out. Big Worm, we're down to 5. Cannonball. There goes Funko Lover. There goes my Inferno Nessie. We're down to the final 3. Crypto Gamer, Zach Bonifer, and Chucky. The last 3. Debo, it's Debo the Shark taking out Zach Bonifer. And it's down to the final 2. Crypto Gamer and Chucky. The last 2. Here comes Pink Felicia. Crypto Gamer gets away. Chucky gets the sting. And that's the game. So congratulations, Crypto Gamer. Victorious here in game number 12 of the broadcast. In addition, of course, top 10 finishes mean leaderboard points. So for Tetro, 17 on up. Leaderboard points all the way to number 1, Crypto Gamer. Victorious. All right, looks like Welsh is live, so let's do a raid over there to Welsh NFT. But first, a SIG out, a cut point for VOD. That's going to do it for this broadcast at NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Now go ahead and take this raid with me over here now. The Welsh NFT. Here we go.